Town to City is your comfort game right now. I haven't even heard of that one. But we just launched up for YouTube. Let me do a recap of what our plan for today is for the VOD. So, we built out the controller and models for lenses yesterday. Right, so that's on the back end. We need to start wiring up to the front end, and in that process, we actually discovered a couple bugs with like our JSON, like templating and some of that stuff. So time to fix it, right? So that's what our plan for today is. We're going to get the front end at least wired up to be able to fetch, create, update, and delete lenses. And then we get to start thinking about how like lens results end up being done from the front end, etc. So that's our plan for today, and let's just get to it. So yeah, this is one of the bugs I was talking about. It's actually just no function clause matching here in index, and my guess... We've actually got an error down here. Oh, because we were in the middle of this join. Yay. Yeah, so we got to write this part first. That's right. Yeah, we needed data from the back end. That is the events that we've done results for. Right? So we need like the pending amount of keyword events. So join KWE. For the AI response part, yep, that's exactly what I was planning, for sure. But that step's coming way later. No, I'm not planning on bringing your own key yet. Okay. Okay, so that should be good now. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, so then this is actually at the lens level, or at the templating level, which is a separate thing. But we still needed to do these. I'm pretty sure that's the issue. We're passing lenses instead of keyword lenses. Yeah. Yep. All right, so let's try this again. It should still be empty because we don't actually have any. We do still get an error, though. Oh, instead of created at, it's inserted at, right? Inserted at. Ah, but we don't want to do it everywhere. Hold on. I know we're using count elsewhere. And I'm not running group by anywhere else, but it works. Hmm. I wonder if it needs to be a left join. Must appear in a group by or be used in an aggregate function. I know I've hit this before, but I forget. So I definitely want the lens ID. And we're not selecting for either of these. So I definitely don't want to do subqueries. Hmm. I don't think that even works. You know, it's not even complaining about that. So maybe we do just want the group by. Yeah, I guess we did. Yep, and then that works. Okay. Right, comes back empty because we don't have any yet. So now we need to get to the creating part of things, and we don't have a route for that on the front end. So we need to create that. All right, and this is where we're going to have a form to share that logic. All right, so then, yeah, this is where we need to do name. Prompt. I don't think we have any other stuff in there that we care about for submission. It is not optional. Yep, it knew I wanted 1,000, which is interesting. Selected org we probably do need is submitting. We probably do need keyword type. And ignored users go away. Not sure why the scroll area was necessary. All right. So then, yeah, form data is basically just data. All right, compound keywords allowed. That goes away. That was weird. Let's see. So we do want to have a warning if we are in edit mode. Editing a lens will invalidate all previous results. Yeah. So then, editing lenses, frequently asked questions. I'm not sure we need that. So we'll call that part good. This radio group, I think, goes totally away. But then here, this is name. Is whole word, and this tooltip goes away. Keyword type compound. We don't have that anymore. So this is a much simpler form. Let me get more music going, though. Went and did a good bike ride earlier. It was nice. Just did it like indoor bike, which is still fine. Like, it's easier to pedal longer when you're outside, like moving somewhere. But I also wonder if I'm keeping the same like pace. I feel like the pace that I can keep on an indoor bike is more steady. And you can like fine tune the resistance. So yeah, there's like pros and cons. Because I only made it like 20 minutes today. But I've done like hour-long bike rides otherwise. But you allow yourself to like take like more pedaling breaks when you're outdoors. So I don't know. Burned a solid 200 calories doing it, which is a big part of it. But also like I need the leg health too. Snowboarding season, you know? Thanks, Nightshade. Yeah, this is a solid album. But yeah, platforms, those go away. Ignored users, that goes away. But yeah, lens name is not enough. So within this div, We do want to be in the form, and we do want to space things out. So yeah, we'll do another form field. Griffing and Chill needs to check out Star Rupture. Well, I mean, CM Griffing can look at it real quick, too. Survival game? Okay. Okay, so it's got some, like, No Man's Sky kind of vibe to it. Am I logged in? No. Let me just pass this over. Oh, I almost pasted it to someone else's chat, though. I almost pasted it to Sergeant Pepper's chat. That would have been fun. So Factorio Satisfactory vibes, but it's co-op, right? Yeah, co-op. How many people can play? Am I a big gamer? I'm only 5'6", so I'm not that big. I do need to lose some weight, though. Boom, roasted. But yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoy gaming. I want to make a game at some point once I've made some other profitable stuff. But yeah, let me add it to my wish list and request the playtest access. Access granted. Well, that was easy. Looks like they let me in to the playtest automatically, so I think we're good. Yeah, this could be a fun one to play tonight. What kind of game would I make? Right now, the game that I want to make is like a gambling, like manager sim. So it'll start out probably like a little smaller and just like poker, but then adding like other types of gambling and stuff, and you're like managing a fleet of people, and I want to call it like bankroller or something like that. So then you're the person responsible for like funding gamblers, and it can go bad because, you know, gambling. I don't know. I think the scope of it could increase pretty heftily, but there's like a good micro game to make first to see if it's even fun. But I do like those like management sim kind of games. One of my favorites in the past was like one where you're managing a band. So you decide when to tour, when to like write new albums. Like I really like those kind of games. They're fun. Yeah, I think it'd be good. It wouldn't be huge, but Football Manager Sim went big. I don't see why Gambling Management Sim couldn't go big. Yeah, let me paste that for Robotic Head as well. But yeah, Nightshade dude. Are you trying to game tonight? And how late would you be able to go? Because I'll probably end up, wrapping up this stream around like 6 or 7. But because of time zone, I think that's like, that ends up being like 9 or 10 or something like that for you. I forget. You're 2 hours separate, right? Like mountain time? Not sure and not sure. I was just curious. Just saying, you're more than welcome to join. Mountain time, so only 1 hour difference. Oh, so yeah, plenty of time then. And what's up, Brainless? And yeah, not a big sim player yourself, but you don't think you've seen a gambling sim really, so it could be something interesting for sure. Yeah, I think it would be kind of fun, Like, it wouldn't have, like, real gambling in it, but simulating gambling sounds kind of fun. And yeah, just, like, managing, like, drafting gamblers into your stable and funding them, right? Like, you have to start out, at least the way I'm considering it, you're going to start out as just a gambler yourself, and then once you make enough money, you can start, like, onboarding other devs into your stable, and then that opens up basically, like, the second act of the game. And then there's probably like a good third act kind of thing that I'm really on the fence about still. But yeah, I've put a good deal of thought into the game. I think it could be fun. And it's one of those games where you don't necessarily need like amazing graphics as long as you're tracking the data properly and everything. So you could prototype it pretty easily. Coding can't stop your vacations until you get this macro in a good state. Yeah, sounds about right. But yeah, that's just one of like a bunch of games I kind of want to make. I think that one's the most approachable. But then yeah, there's just all sorts of other stuff I'd love to make too. But I have way more faith in profitability for a product like this than I have in profitability for making a game. So it's just, I don't want to work a job forever, right? So I got to solve that problem first. And then once I've solved that problem, then I can make whatever I want. All right, let's pour a beverage. It's Saturday. That might have been a spicy one. Yeah, a little spicier than it needed to be. Sazerac rye. I can't remember if I like it straight. That is a nice sippable rye. That is quite good. Definitely still has that like bready flavor though. But yeah, you're dabbling with Game Maker yourself? Yeah, I probably would not use Game Maker. I would probably end up prototyping it with like Phaser. Because I don't think I'm going to need any of the crazy stuff that a lot of game engines provide. I don't even think I'm going to need physics, you know? Like, I could prototype it in React if I really wanted, you know? I think eventually I need to, like, learn, like, a good, big, proper framework. You know, probably Unreal. I believe more in Unreal than I believe in Unity. But yeah, game dev gets complicated real quick. Honestly, I could learn Godot as well. I got nothing against Godot. Godot is nice because open source. Yeah, I just think open source doesn't matter as much to me. Like, I'm not building games that need a custom engine, so I'm not going to need to get into the internals. What is Godot written in? Yep, C++. Yeah, I mean, people end up picking Godot because there's no license fee. Default is GD script. Yep. Um, yeah, I'd probably end up trying to do it with Rust. And I know Sergeant Pepper's been doing that too, so there's at least someone I could like reach out to for questions about the process and all that. Yeah, I just hate semantic whitespace. That's a big reason I would not want to use GD script. But it would give me the excuse, right? Like every time I hate it, goddamn script. Right? GD. So at least having a place to vent my frustration would be kind of nice. Yeah, I feel like Rust would be a good option for Godot dev, especially because there was like some good or not Godot, Rust actor model framework. So not Actix. There was another thing. No, it's not even Bevy. It's more like just being able to do the actor model for concurrency. Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, I'm looking at Ractor. I haven't looked at it before. I just remember seeing a talk back in the day that was really like interesting. Uh, hold on. Hold on. Yeah. This right here. This was the talk. Yep. So yeah, back in 2017, like I've been thinking about this since 2017. And the goal, I guess the theory is like, yeah, he wants to make like an A Train or Sim City kind of clone, right? But what if each person living in that city was its own like actor, you know? And yeah, Citybound is probably it. I'm wondering, did they ever release or anything? But yeah, microeconomy simulation, like, just the idea of every character, every like person living in your giant city is this like actor that's reacting and acting upon the things around them. So it creates the illusion of AI without needing to actually be full on artificial intelligence, right? And I really think that's like a powerful, interesting idea. And there are games that I want to build based on that idea. So theoretically, because you could use Rust and GD, right, or Godot, could you also maybe use some of the stuff that this is built on for the actor model stuff? So would that integration be easier? And I think, yeah, that's where I would probably opt for Godot. Right? Serialization list persistence. Like, I don't know. It's a really good talk. So I'll at least just pop the link for you. I don't want the timestamp. This is just a really, really cool, interesting, like, example / demo of what the actor model in Rust could look like and how it can be performant. So yeah, I think it's like really interesting. And yeah, like definitely worth checking out. But yes, I've been thinking about this entire thing since 2017, since I saw this, basically. Right? Like households reprioritize their needs throughout the day, like grocery shopping or something, right? Like, and this is where that talk we had previously about like, what if city skylines, right? Like you could have your DM or whatever running the city in city skylines, but you could be running your own individual like household as like a la The Sims. And you're controlling just the actors that you have, and they have their own like wants and needs and stuff like that, so they can run autonomously. But you can also like influence their decisions and change it, but you're only operating on like your family or your person, right? I think that would end up being really fucking cool. So then you could have this like 5M style community with your stream viewers where they're acting as like the Sims within this giant city that you run. And viewers could also act upon the world by like causing thunderstorms or earthquakes or whatever, right? Like you could create this cool like interactive world based on it. So yeah, I think that would be like pretty damn powerful, really cool, but a massive scope of work. So not something I would be able to handle solo on my own. But yeah, like that's also like a dream for a game I want to make eventually. Interesting. Seeing Heth. Meanwhile, like Heth is one of our viewers too that we've seen. That's kind of funny. But yeah, anyway. You want to know what my favorite game of all time is? Shadowrun on the SNES. Just the vibe, character development, like not necessarily like character development story wise, but like RPG wise, like really good. Yeah, just something about Shadowrun SNES. There's just like one part of the game that really annoys me because it ends up being like a grind fest to like level up. And you gotta like massively, massively grind it out. Like in the junkyard, if you've ever played it. So that part always kind of like hits as like the slow part of the game for me. It seems like it's almost like the part towards the end of Final Fantasy VII when you're like, oh shit, now I got to grind up, get a bunch of levels so I can actually take on the final fight, in the crater. So you're just sitting there just grinding. Right, so you can get like the Ultima summon or whatever. Like just a bunch of that shit towards like endgame. It's just I think they messed up in Shadowrun by making that part happen too soon. Right? It's like right after the first act, and you get just this grind fest to be able to do stuff in the junkyard. So yeah, that's the one thing I'd change about it. But okay, so back to what we're doing. I could talk about games all day. Diablo 2 is your favorite game of all time? It's good. I like some of the other Diablo likes that are around that time that have like a better story. Um, God, there's so many of them. Like Arx Fatalis, I think is one. No, not Arx Fatalis. Damn it. There's Arcanum. That one's good, right? Of Steamworks and Magica. That one's really fun. Like the stuff that you can build in Arcanum is insane. But I'd say, yeah, Arcanum's probably closer to more like a Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 clone. But there's another one that I'm thinking of. And it starts with an A, but it's older. Yeah, these are all like new ones. No, not Torchlight. Oh, maybe Nox? It's Nox. That's why I was thinking Arcs. It's Nox. Yeah, this game's great too. So very much like Diablo clone style, but like more story. Um, the original like Divinity games, right? Not original Sin, but like the original Divinity games. So Divine Divinity and Beyond Divinity. Those are amazing games too. I'd say they're closer to a Diablo than like a Baldur's Gate 2, but the overlap is a little tricky. Yeah, I mean, I like the story and I like the characters and stuff. Like, I don't know. There's just something I really appreciate about a game like that. But Nox is still like action, like gameplay, right? So I like the action of D2, but the game, like the story and stuff of more developed story games. Like Diablo 1 and 2 basically have kind of a shitty story, if we're being honest, right? But that's not why you play them. Yeah, you play for loot. Exactly. Yeah, so it's a different like goal of the game. I think the loot thing's kind of fun, but at some point, like you get diminishing returns. Yeah, the lore in Diablo is deep, but not the storytelling. Exactly. But okay, so creating a lens. We started with this part, and we need to create. Oh, that's not what I wanted. All right, so yeah, form field. Oh, and form field is actually self-closing. That's right. In the way that we use it. Do I not have a text area as a component? I have not brought in text area yet. Interesting. Oh man, I got the steak in the sous vide. I'm looking forward to a steak tonight. I got it in at 126. What does everyone else do the sous vide for their steak at? If you use sous vide at all, or what internal temperature do you go for? I think Dax was saying he does 128, which I found interesting. Definitely done 124 in the past. But yeah, I don't know. Because it doesn't necessarily equate only to like the doneness on the inside. Because however long you sear the outside for determines like the doneness of the inside, like after the sous vide part, anyway. I tend to pull it out of the sous vide, dry it off, and then throw it into like butter and cook it like 30 seconds each side. Like, and that means like the edges too as a side. And then I'll do like a final, it's like 30 to 45 depending on each side. And then I'll do like a final like crisping of like the fat layer on like a New York cut. Because you want that fat layer nice and like crispy and like really like broken down enough to where it like melts in your mouth. Yeah. Sorry, this is a foodie stream in disguise. All right, so we got text area in there. So now I should be able to do this part. Now we probably want a tooltip in here. Error sous vide not found. They're pretty nice. They're pretty nice. But it does end up meaning like if you've got a family, everyone kind of needs it at like their own like doneness, or you have to like sous vide it at the lowest doneness. And then you got to like cook other people's a little longer kind of thing. So that makes it a little trickier. I just like the idea of it because you can throw it in the sous vide and just leave it. And if you start dinner an hour late or an hour early, it doesn't matter because you're just going to take it and sear it real quick anyway. So that part's quite nice. All right. This is like info circle. I think just info's fine. All right, so let's actually work on getting this form into a page, which means we actually need to create the lens stuff. So export function new lens, we'll just say new lens, and we'll do the same for edit. Just to make sure we can route to these things. Yeah, so right now we're not doing the per route bundling, which we should eventually. God, I almost want to switch to tan-stack router at some point. I feel like it used to be pretty straightforward to use declarative routing and still get like per route bundling. Yeah, I don't care about server-side rendering. I'm not doing it. Yeah, I think React Router is just losing the plot, man. That's right. Yeah, uses lazy. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, by bundling all of it together, it's definitely more data than we need. But it's not at like terrible experience levels yet. So yeah, I don't know. Definitely need to do per route bundling. Um, all right. So yeah, we'll leave that for now. I feel like the layouts don't need to be lazy loaded, but each individual one of these should be. And yeah, we'd have to do the suspense thing, which I think is fine. Why did it wrap that in brackets? That's just weird. Okay, so we actually did want to go back to that. All right, so let's see that. We should be able to click that. But we're at events. Right. All right, so yeah, those both 404, but why? So when we go here, we see. Oh. Yeah, that needs to be nested within keywords. It doesn't need to nest, actually. Okay, so then this is new lens. Oh, I see why it's doing that. All right, cool. So we are on these new pages. And what we want to do now is get that form out there. So it's going to look a little bit like the new keyword and edit keyword pages. So let's at least grab some of that boilerplate. Okay, so then new lens is, you don't care about that. Hmm. And yeah, we need to get the param. Let me get more music going. What's up, Coffee Pot? How you doing? Okay, cool. But yeah, you're doing well. Hell yeah. Uh, Okay, hold on. Let me look at keyword form again. Do I really have the buttons outside of the form? I feel like that's a mistake. We do. There we go. All right, so error creating keyword. We got a 400 sad panda out of it. Why? Ooh. Okay, wait. So sent 400, no function clause. So no function clause matching in keyword lens controller dot create. So org ID and keyword ID. Yep. Ah. Oop. All right, so now it's a 500. Yep. Shit, did it create the lens? And if so, what keyword did I do it for? Oops. What's up, Jar Sauce? All right, so yeah. You got to do some more chores and make food and the sort. Yeah, let me know over on gaming. And yeah, we still got a good 2 or 3 hours before we're even considering going over there. That's it. That was actually the mistake the whole time. Oh, and then how do we delete a lens? So I almost want to turn... Yeah, I want to move the switch to the left and then put this to the right, but make it like this to where it's a drop down. All right, so here we go. We're going to have a couple drop-down menu items. Yeah, all right. So that looks a little better. And then, yeah, where the last run is, if that's not there, then we do that or never. So boom. Yeah, last run, never. All right, so then we go to edit. Request failed with 422 to do a get. What? Okay, so it's somewhere on the controller here. It's when we're doing a fetch, right? So show here. Ah, this is actually just ID. But because we updated that, we need to rebuild the SDK. Oh, so now it's a 5 hundo. Why is it a 5 hundo? Ah, yes. Still 5 hundo, sad panda. Key ID not found in nil. So they're saying it's in the JSON, and it's saying it's this right here. I think they're saying it's basically nil, but why would it be nil? Let's make sure we're getting those two values. I feel like the group by is what's getting us here. All right, keyword ID and keyword lens ID. It's going okay. We're just dealing with why some of our creation and like fetching isn't working. So yeah, figuring that part out. There we go. Um, there we go. So yeah, it's going well, Kenny. How about you? What the hell? Oh, this is cool. Yeah, yeah, Mintlify is great. Well, I don't know that. Like, Nick's cool. But yeah, if y'all are looking for a job, check it out. Actually, let me double check. You know, doesn't hurt to look. Yep, they do want people in SF, but they are looking for DevRel. I don't know if I'm willing to move just yet, but interesting. Just finished a security course? Hell yeah. Competitive compensation and equity, free Ubers? Is that just to and from the office? I don't know. Yeah, I might keep this in mind. What are they paying for engineering? But yeah, location type on site. Hold on, was the last one also on site? Oh, it didn't have location type in there. Hmm. Hmm. Something to consider. I'll help amplify it for him. Why not? Okay, so... oh, wait. What did I go to Twitter for? Yeah, that's right. This seemed odd to me. What the fuck is CMG Esports? Checkmate Gaming? Yeah, that's me. I don't I don't think that's the CMG they're looking for. But yeah, that's a weird one. Like, they just saw anything that starts with CMG and they're like, yeah, that's gotta be him. Yeah, super weird. I don't know. Have I done any new software as a team sport? Yes, I have one recorded with Daniel Rowe. We just need to publish it, and we'll probably publish it this week. So I need to edit it tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping to get it out this week, like this past week, but just GitCon stuff kind of took precedent. I see a couple follows I missed. One of them I can't pronounce. Thank you for the follow. And Scottish Kid 006. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. So one thing I want to do is, if it's the active thing, I want to make the background white. Oh, I like that. Yeah. So that's, yeah, it makes it easier to determine if it's the active one or not. Now, I do think instead of transparent, I guess, what is that background? BG main? I kind of like that. Before better? Like how so? And instead of gray, right? So I can maybe meet you halfway. Something like that. Just a little more separate from the background. Feel like that's a little better, right? And hey, what's up, Nelixis? How you doing? Yeah, I like it so far. And maybe for the active one, we make this orange. I don't know. I think we're good on that for now. Well, I mean, I still want them to be like editable, right? Like we still want to be able to delete or edit, right? Without having to activate it first. So we don't want this to be disabled or look disabled, right? I'm just wondering if this one should go orange to signal that, like, even more that it's the active one, right? Yeah, we'll see. Give me a sec. I want to edit this first. So yeah, we've been having this as a weird issue. But yeah, state unchecked BG secondary background. That one doesn't feel right. But we don't see it actually working either. So it's not the order in which we're doing that. Oh, I'm editing Switch Mini. You can run an inactive one. It just activates that one. So yeah, no, I'd be okay with that. There we go. Yeah, I like that so far. Okay. Just make these consistent. All right, so we're still getting a failure on that fetch. All right, so it doesn't seem like we're able to fetch the keyword. I wonder if it's this. That shouldn't change anything. All right, it didn't. Well, actually, we don't need events in that list. Because it should be coming through on there. So now it'll be a 404 at least. Yep. Okay. So what if we go back to here? Right. So then it fails out there because it's not fetching. So we're able to do that fetch just fine. So it's really just once we do these joins, and I really feel like it's the group by that ends up screwing us. But hold on. I think these need to be left joins. And that might have been it. Yep, that was it. So yeah, they needed to be left joins, not regular joins. That was a mistake. And I think that's a mistake that we only had in this endpoint, or in this method, and here it looks fine. Yeah. So yeah, that was a simple enough mistake to make. Okay, so then, right, we can get rid of these log statements. Okay, so then on the front end here, in lens form, we do not want to disable the input field because anything there is editable. But instead of save keyword, let's double check that. All right, so the reason that's failing is similar. We've got our update. Oh. What did I send over the wire? Unexpected field ID. But we didn't send that over the wire. Where did I learn React? They're docs, but it wasn't my first framework, so that's a big part of it. And yeah, not a stupid question. I would say their documentation is pretty solid. There's also free code camp. I think they have a React section. I thought they did. Yeah, here you go. So yeah, this will go over like React fundamentals. I do want to double check. Yep, they are doing just export const. Cool. Just want to double check they weren't doing like class components still. So yeah, this might be a good place to give it a shot. Yeah, no worries there, Lippy. I would say yes, if you don't know HTML and CSS, Free Code Camp also has courses for that too. And it's totally free. So yeah, if you haven't done much HTML or CSS, definitely start with like responsive web design. I would say it's worth knowing at least a little bit of JavaScript before you start doing the React, but you don't need to be an expert. But yeah, they got plenty of stuff here that you can just totally tackle. Fun side projects to like hack out to. But yeah, Rython, I'm doing well. How about you? Got to update the company's Next.js dependencies. Yes, I heard about it. Real simple problem. Just don't use Next.js. Oh, yeah, I remember table layout. We also used tables for like rounded corners. Like the rounded corners hack was terrible. It was so gross. Oops, something went wrong. Yes, it totally did back then. No, that's not what we're looking for. Yeah, image-based rounded corners. Maybe that's what we should Google. Yeah, there's too much new stuff. I want to see the old terrible, terrible thing. But yeah, basically, just think about how if you wanted to do rounded corners back in the day, you would have to slice everything that you wanted rounded into the corner, the part between the two corners in the top, and then the other corner. And then, right, like these would all be individual like table cells. And then the next row would be that sidebar, your actual content, the sidebar. And then you would do the bottom corner, the other corner, and the other corner. Yeah, now all it takes is so much easier. But the hacks we had to deal with back then were gross. Like, so gross. It's also how you had to do, like, shadows before, like, drop shadow existed. So yeah, 2011. If you wanted shadows, you had to do it really gross. Yeah, the web's come a long way. It's crazy to think that still something like drop shadow is only at 94%. Like, what is the most used thing that is preventing that? Is there still? Well, there's 0.28% global usage on IE11 still. Jeez. Jeez. Sure, there's something else in here somewhere, too. But yeah, dude. Who uses Internet Explorer? Libraries with ancient devices, healthcare when they have like super old machines and like things were built specifically for Internet Explorer. Yeah, there's a whole host of like legacy software that was built specifically to be run inside of Internet Explorer. Right? ActiveX controls, like just layout issues and stuff. And that was all they tested for because that's all they needed from their clients, right? That's all their clients had. So yeah, like I doubt it's very often, but there are definitely use cases for it where, yeah, there's some software that was written that just hasn't been updated and it won't be updated. But back in 2018, I still had to make a site work with Internet Explorer. Not having to care about Internet Explorer is a very new phenomenon. We had to go back all the way to, I think, Internet Explorer 9 support. I don't remember that. I think it was just IE11, actually. Because they had devices that were still running Windows 7. I think that was it. I just know the number 7 stuck out to me. And this was for a major, major real estate company. So back in 2018, IE11 was still necessary. All right, so we've got an error trying to update this keyword. Why is that the case? We're seeing a 422, and that 422 is happening before we even get into the endpoint, right? And it's complaining about a prop that we're not even passing. So that's even weirder. Yep, and we're not even getting into the function call because it's bailing out at the cast and validate step. I know what it is. Yep. I know what it is. Yep. Yep. That was it. We had that issue elsewhere too. Right, so that's a separate thing. Rat hole. That's an interesting name. How you doing? What were you doing today? You're doing Advent of Code. Awesome. I don't think I follow you yet. So yeah, there we go. Um, auto hotkey for day 6. So wait, are you going through and doing like obscure languages for each Advent of Code? That's crazy. So you used auto hotkey to solve day 6. That's crazy. That's fun. What are some other languages you've used? And that's the last song on this album. Does synthwave belong in a museum? I think it does. You did PowerShell yesterday. Okay, that's fun. So it's not all like totally random, but yeah, like PowerShell's kind of crazy. Yeah, some typical stuff, some weird stuff. Sounds fun. And is that normally what you do on your stream? Like, I mean, Advent of Code only goes for this month, but yeah, in other months, what do you tend to do? Gotcha. You're gonna try like a totally new language that you've never done before. Ooh, what one would that be? You stream MSFS. Group flying, finding abandoned airports. Okay, so Microsoft Flight Simulator. Gotcha. Oh, that's fun. You've been making a plan for MSFS and streaming that, though on pause for a bit and now just doing No Man's Sky. Very cool. Yeah, do you have like a cool setup, right? Like, do you have like a cockpit simulator kind of thing? No worries if not. I was just curious. That it always like blows my mind how deep people get with the flight simulator stuff. Not everyone, but yeah, it's nice to see some of that. Nothing compared to some of those guys out there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very cool. Well, real quick, let me at least shout out what I'm working on today. We are building this thing called Messijo that is a way to listen for keyword mentions on social media. We currently handle Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters. What we've kind of noticed, though, is that you can get a bit of like a haystack problem, right? So, like, finding keyword mentions is already like narrowing down the haystack a bit, but it's still too much of a haystack when you're maybe thinking about the different kind of people that would want to like handle these messages. So what if we could have a lens, which is like a filter of some kind, that goes through and checks the message for like, hey, is this person asking for support, or is it something support should respond to? So then, boom, right? Like we can at least flag those messages for support to get a response into. And theoretically, that would be way less than like all of the events that have been caught just on a keyword basis. You're making your own switch panel as a USB game device to be used with the sim. Oh, that's fun. I've always liked the idea of hacking like a keyboard in that way. So like you can take some of the old super cheap like keyboards, right? Like not like the nice N key rollover, like individual switches for each kind of thing. But I'm talking like the keyboards where it's like there's 7 pins, maybe 8 pins, and the combination of those pins is what determines what key was pressed. So being able to like just wire up some of that to switches on a thing, and then boom, like you're good to go. So you can still like, it doesn't have to be like a keyboard at the end of the day, but it's still the keyboard controller that you're wiring up each like set of pins to. And then you can do all sorts of stuff. So yeah, I was planning on building like a foot pedal for guitar that way. And then I got distracted and never finished it. But yeah, like something you could wire up to like Ableton to like get loop stuff going and whatnot. But yeah, it's like it's really interesting the way that the cheap keyboard stuff works by just being like a combination of these like 7 or 8 different pins. And then yeah, that combo is that key. Like yeah, I really like that. I thought it was cool. So yeah. But I guess wiring something up yourself is easy enough if you have the time and effort. I guess the main reason I like the keyboard thing is that it's just plug and play. You don't need to write drivers or any of that stuff. And then you just wire up something like AutoHotkey to actually interpret the keys from that device. So yeah, it's kind of nifty. It's an interesting approach to building hardware devices. Haven't touched it in a while? Yeah, exactly. Like there's always something to do, for sure. So yeah, the part that you caught us all at is we are getting to the point where we can save our lenses, except we still have a bug here. So we got to figure out why we're getting this bug. And yeah, that would be a very obvious reason. We don't have that anymore. And then that should be good. Shit. Well, now what's the issue? No function clause matching. Oh, ID is definitely not in there. Shit. Okay, so you're using Arduino. You can actually set it up as a standard keyboard or mouse or gamepad and just send any of those code signals as if your device was a keyboard, mouse, or gamepad. But you got to get going. Yep, no worries. Yeah, have a good one. There was a cool web API someone was showing me, or that I saw at JS Nation, where I was like co-emceeing. And yeah, no worries, Rat. Well, thank you for the raid. And yeah, if you got to get going, you're not going to see this, but there is the idea of web, I think it's like HID, which is human interface device. So yeah, like you could actually integrate with your human interface device, right? Like, so I'm guessing that's what the Arduino is kind of doing. And you could just proxy those events and deal with them from the web, which is even cooler. So yeah, like this is a pretty cool API. I'm not sure what devices it's available in yet. So yeah, it's pretty much only Chrome right now. but still pretty cool. But yeah, anyway, thank you for the raid again. And yeah, hold on. Post-stream dinner. This is a foodie stream in disguise. What are you eating? I'm having a steak tonight. I had Indian food last night, like I ordered out. Tonight, I just got the steak in the sous vide. And whenever I'm ready to eat, I just pull it out of the sous vide, pat it dry, cook it up, like sear it in some butter. Steak is done. But yeah, if you had to get going before you could respond with what you're eating, that's fine. Gonna be some homemade minestrone. Oh, okay. And like the protein in minestrone is typically sausage. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, sounds delicious, for sure. Yours is just vegetarian? Okay. But yeah, still sounds good. So yeah, I'll have to check out your stream sometime. Thanks again for the raid, and yeah, we'll see you again. So jar sauce. You're visiting New York this week, so you had pizza this evening. Like, you're saying you're in New York right now, or you're like preparing yourself by eating pizza? And yeah, do you have any good recommendations on pizza places in New York? I had a good one that was nearby Penn Station. I wouldn't say it was the best pizza I've had, but it was solid. You've been in New York City proper since last Wednesday. Gotcha. So hold on. I'm still really proud of this level of trolling that I did. The best pizza places are on Staten Island, unfortunately. Well, I mean, then you could go check out the house from What We Do in the Shadows. So that just sounds like a win-win, doesn't it? All right, but hold on. Let's scroll way back. Deeper and deeper. Way back. Deeper and deeper. Anyone know the reference I'm making with the deeper and deeper? It's from Office Space. Okay, so it was before I worked at GitKraken. Yeah. Okay, so it's just a couple days before this. Here we go. Wait, how do I get to the tweet itself? Oh, here we go. Finally had one of those New York bagels people are always talking about. Not bad. Yeah, Larry knows Office Space, for sure. It's when he's getting hypnotized. We're going way back, deeper and deeper. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, jar sauce. It's good. I'm really proud of it. Really proud of this one. It's so good that even Dax... You fucker. Wait, how did I not like that already? Whatever. Whatever. I should have definitely, like, thrown some more likes on it. Wow, that's messed up. Yeah, exactly, Larry. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I did get like a proper New York bagel. I forget the name of it. Do I say Essa Bagel? Yeah, yeah. So I got like a good proper New York bagel from Essa Bagel. And then, yeah, I had this one prepared too. You're right. I went for some authentic Mexican instead. Right? Maybe I should praise the Chinese food with a photo in front of Panda Express. Nah, you're right. I went for some authentic Mexican instead. But then, yes, I did get some good Korean barbecue as well. And that was good. Did I even leave 8th? Uh, like a few blocks over, yeah. But no, like as you can see, like Gotham Comedy Club, like no, I stayed basically on like 8th there, like near Koreatown, like right around the corner from Rick's. I was able, hold on, this is even funnier. Do I still have these? Let me figure out where I put these. Here it is. Yeah, yeah. I've still got my free admission to Rick's card. I had one. I had 2 of them. I used one when I went to New York this last time. And I was like, hey, are you guys still going to honor this even if it's like 2 years old? They're like, yeah, they last forever. But yeah, no, I didn't leave 8th Avenue very far. Like, technically, the event was over in Jersey City, but I just Ubered over to that. And then, hey, what's this? All right, Keegan. On it. But yeah, no, one of these days I want to do like a nice longer stay in New York. I'd probably want to do like a whole month kind of thing, you know? And then just, you know, be a big piece of shit for the most part, right? Like close down the bars, you know, especially like the late bars every night kind of thing. But all right, let's see what's going on here. So we did ID there. And what is our failure now? No function clause matching update keyword lens. Ah. All right, so we'll do this. Sure. Hey, what's up, Robotic Kid? How you doing? What is the key that we're dropping? The key is pending events. But yeah, Robotic Kid, did you see the message I pasted in Discord? What do you think about trying out that game? Star Rupture. I think Brainless isn't going to be joining us for the Pal World. Have not seen it yet. Oh, I mean, it's over in the like Alga Bro chat that we have. So you just haven't looked at Discord yet, I'm guessing. But yeah, it's basically like another kind of like building / survival game, but it's a little different. So yeah, I don't know. Could be fun to check out. But, you know, it depends on who else we get. We could always just do the Pal World thing too. Like, who else trying to join us for the gaming tonight? I think Brainless is out. Alex, are you out there? So it's the change set, and they're saying line 19 of the change set is no good. So something seems off here. Like, this feels like it should be right. Keyword ID, name, last run date, prompt. Let me get more music going. And it's still no function clause matching. It's called synthwave or retrowave, but yeah, about the same. And I missed a couple follows. So Rat Hole, thank you for the follow. And Tasty Palms, lol. And palms, that's taters, right? It is a solid type of music, for sure. Something's up with this change set. But real quick, my toes are getting a little cold. I'm going to go throw some slippers on, and I will be right back. And it might be a good time to get up and do a stretch. All right, so yeah, let's do a quick stretch. Boy. Legs up and going a bit. Well, I just realized the music's probably been a bit loud today. There we go. So yeah, doing some shoulder stuff because my shoulders are garbage. The legs going a little. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the weekend? I know it's already halfway over, but yeah, anything fun going on tomorrow? Cool. Just needed to get up and move a little bit. My only guess is that keyword lens here is not being identified as an actual keyword lens. That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, I think that's it. So this is basically not giving us back keyword lens struct. So I wonder... Yeah, I have a thought. So then maybe. All right, so we get a failure there still. No match of right-hand side value. Okay, so that was kind of it. So that makes a little more sense. All right. So yeah, that's actually able to work. So then, yeah, here in the back end, I don't think we actually need that. And we don't care about those kind of arguments. It's a fine language. There's a lot of good ones. It's not a big deal, dude. They're not sports teams. It's about the same. All right, let's just double check. Can we create another? Yep. Can we edit another? Yep. All right. Cool. I'm solving my haystack problem for a couple days now, according to my title. What's up? What do you mean, what's up? Features take time to build, dude. You seem pretty trolly, dude. Yeah, you seem pretty trolly. What's the haystack? We have 478 messages, but we don't know if they're actually relevant because they're just matched on a keyword. So we want to use lenses to analyze them from individual perspectives. It's a thing we came up with. It's just a filter. All right, so let's get delete going. Jar sauce, it's the backend language I'm using. Neither. My front end's just static assets. All right, so we're going to need some state for the keyword to be deleted, or the lens to be deleted. Yeah, I think we'll just put it as state on here. This route's getting heavy, like a lot of our routes. CDN. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I guess the CDN part isn't really explained in our project command. But yeah, I think any backend serving static assets is an anti-pattern. Okay, yeah, that's looking pretty good. You just inherited a couple React projects at work that some company uses as internal tooling, still going through that whole mess. Sure, makes sense. All right, and then this one, set lens to be deleted, and set delete lens dialog open true. So now, failure. Unexpected field ID. Yep. Same issue we had there. All right, so now we need to rebuild the SDK again. I don't know if we need to rebuild the SDK, but when we do edit the like the metadata for our routes, we do need to at least restart the dev server. And it's easy enough to just rebuild the SDK when we do it too. There we go. Okay, cool. So we call that lens support. And yeah, that is XLF. Yeah, for sure, jar sauce. So yeah, we have finished the create, read, update, delete for lenses themselves, but we don't have lens results and that create, read, update, delete, and all that made. So that's our next step. I think we have the model created. Yep, keyword lens result. That part's so ridiculous. Not supposed to be any right angles on this building. All right, so yeah, we do have the idea of a keyword lens result. It's associated with the lens ID and the event ID. I guess what are we building? There's the project. So yeah, keyword lens results we don't have on keywords here. We just have keyword lens. Oh, no, we did create the results too. An event is a comment or a message. So it could be someone's original post on Hacker News or whatever, or it could be a comment on a post. For server-side backend engineering? What do you mean? Like, do you mean like architecture? Do you like what part? Like, that's a pretty broad topic. All right, so we do have these methods created. And hell yeah. I'd say just follow tutorials for whatever framework you decide, right? Like the framework should have most of that stuff for you. I would definitely avoid a framework that doesn't have good documentation for that. I mean, it goes deeper than that for sure, Matthias. But that's why I was like asking. Are you talking about like major architecture stuff or the basics? The basics, yeah, just follow the docs. Once you start getting into like scalability and horizontal versus vertical scaling and blah blah blah, like I don't know if there's any like one place to go, but there's lots of articles to read. Yeah, I don't know about a book. I'd say just start reading all the blog posts you can, right? Stuff about microservices, stuff about monoliths. Start looking at various ORMs, right? Do you like active record style ORMs or do you like repository based, you know? And most of these keywords you'll find by reading through the docs and building a backend. So, Matthias, start at the most basic first, and don't worry about going beyond that until you've done it. What language would you be picking? So I would guess here's the best way to think about it, Matthias. Build a bunch of different backends, right? With maybe even different languages, but at least with different frameworks, because they're going to have different opinions about what type of ORM you're using, etc. So at least when I was doing PHP and I was doing Symfony, which is like a precursor to Laravel, you had the choice of what ORM you wanted to use. There was Propel versus Doctrine. Propel is very much like an active record style ORM, and Doctrine is more of a repository based query builder kind of ORM. And you don't really know or understand these things till you try and use them. But in general, just be ready to start Googling stuff. It's not even the deep end. Now, just spinning up a back end and following their tutorial, now that's still the shallow end. The deep end is once you start digging into microservices, load balancers, cookies versus JWTs, and scaling those, and revocation lists, and, you know, just spinning up a back end is still very much shallow end. But you got to start somewhere. And it doesn't do you any good to concentrate on the more complicated stuff till you've done the simple stuff. All right? You got to crawl before you can walk. You need some advice. You're having your first ever technical interview next week for a junior software engineer position. Pretty sure they do software as a service B2B stuff. How would you prepare if you were a junior fresh out of college? Well, I would hope fresh out of college you were at least a senior. Bad joke. Bad joke. If you dropped out as a junior, you're going to have some trouble. Well, no, I'm kidding that way too. If it's for a junior role, I don't know. That's tough. I haven't done a junior interview for a long time. I would say, first and foremost, do some research on like common interview questions. For a junior role, they're probably not going to be asking too much about career experience. So instead, they're going to focus on tell us about a project that you've built and what you liked about it, what you didn't like about it. What would you do differently? I don't know. So have some of that stuff just ready. Like, what projects have you done lately? Be ready to talk technically about them and enthusiastically about them. What you do understand it really well? Sure. And Shakabre, you just hired a junior, was a UI role, though. Yeah, algorithm stuff is easier to cheat. And for junior roles, I don't think leak code's actually worth anything. Like, I don't give a shit if a junior can reverse a linked list or not. I don't care. Yeah, I think a big thing is just build cool stuff. So, do you have a project in your portfolio that you're really proud of? Make sure you can point out specific sections of it, things that you like. Yeah, be easy to work with. That's a huge one. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, for junior roles, they're hiring like personality stuff more than anything, for sure, or attitude, as he put it. So yeah. 100% there, Hugo. Yeah. Build projects that you're stoked on. Don't just build another to-do list. That's another good example, too. Makes sense, Shaka, but when you're doing that, do you have a back end that they can hit? Like, do you do that prep first, or do you expect them to mock that? Exactly, Figuera. Yep. Yeah, I would say look at the projects you have. Oh, they use the Live Hacker News API? It doesn't really have an API unless you're talking about the Algolia API. There's the RSS feeds that you can get access to, I think. They're not ideal, though. But yeah, if you're talking about the Algolia API, then sure. Oh, the job board part. Oh, like specifically the job board. Gotcha. Yeah, for some reason I thought you were just talking about like Hacker News itself. Right? Like this doesn't have an API. But the job board might. Okay, so yeah, I was misunderstanding. So you meant like the, not necessarily Hacker News, but more like work at a startup? And I didn't realize they had an API, but I hadn't looked. Yeah, I don't know. Like, where is that API? I don't know. If you have any links, I'd be curious about that. But yeah, how do y'all interview now with AI? Do you let candidates use AI? I would I would definitely say like if AI is part of the job, then yeah, they should be allowed to use it. What I would find more valuable is like, well, how do they do in code review? Right? Like have a PR ready for them to review. I would definitely value how they approach like code review. Especially because, yeah, the more AI is doing stuff, the more we need to be focusing on the code review process of that AI. A lot of context to give for like why you don't let them use AI. I get it. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I haven't interviewed anyone for a long time. It's probably been 5 years. So yeah, I haven't had to adapt to this modern like AI interview process. But even then, like when I was interviewing, I wasn't making them code stuff even. Like for the most part, I was either hiring a senior or a junior. And for the junior, I'm not going to care about making them code stuff too much. For a senior role, I needed to ask them things that they could do that would take over for my role, right? So, because yes, at the company that I was at 5 years ago, I was a contractor for a good, I want to say 4, maybe 6 months, something like that, like through the agency I worked at. And they needed to hire someone to basically take my place. Now, they ended up hiring me for that role because I kind of knew they were hiring for the role I had. But they needed a senior Angular engineer, and I started like I had very specific questions about Angular for the most part because they needed to know that stuff. It's not something that anyone would be able to teach them because they were going to be the only senior Angular engineer. So that's where like yeah, when I was interviewing for that senior role, people needed to be able to actually like step in and fill my shoes, which meant they needed to understand interceptors. They needed to understand state management at a deeper level. They needed to understand RxJS at a deeper level, you know? So that's what I ended up asking about. Because if they're going to be the only person there, then dude, yeah, they won't have anyone there to teach them. Okay. Oh, interesting. I hadn't seen this before. Huh. Okay. I've used this one in the past. Oh, not that. There you go. Yeah, so I've used this API to get Hacker News stuff. Just because I fucking hate Firebase. But that's, that's a me thing. I'm sure there's some really nice people out there that use it. People that work on it are probably really nice too. Just had a long fucking day and I hate fucking Firebase. Like, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Firebase one, it does look more official, which is interesting. Like, it seems unofficial to me, but it does look like it is in partnership with Firebase, and it is under the proper Hacker News group. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I hadn't seen this API before. I'd be curious what their rate limiting is like. Because the Algolia one gives me some pretty reasonable rate limiting. What do I dislike about Firebase? It's just its own proprietary database system, right? Which means you're going to set up things like permissions through their weird ad hoc proprietary bullshit. And the moment you want to ditch it, it's not portable and you got to rebuild from scratch. And also, I've worked and dealt with enough Firebase applications that weren't locked down properly because the permission system isn't as good as it could be. And it's just the moment you're giving everyone direct WebSocket access to your database, if you haven't locked things down, it's really easy for people to exfil data and do all sorts of stuff. To me, Firebase is specifically for like, or not is specifically for, but has been traditionally used by vibe coders before vibe coding was even a thing. And they just don't understand proper permissions, right? Yeah, exactly. Yep. And because the permissions are ad hoc inside of Firebase itself, it doesn't matter, like, even if you're like fetching Firebase in REST endpoints and you have that properly locked down, if you're giving people access to Firebase over the WebSocket, which is the entire point of Firebase, right? And you don't have your permissions set right, there's just way too many data leaks, way too much like stuff people can modify that they shouldn't, etc. And it's trivially easy to like jump into the middle of a function call on the front end and grab that Firebase instance and modify any data you want, which is just super gnarly. And hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing? Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. So yeah, it's not necessarily a problem of Firebase itself, besides the fact that it's so proprietary. If they were using more open standards for these things, I'd be a lot more into it. I also don't like the idea of my database not living with my backend, right? Like making a trip over the internet to someone else's like server just to fetch data sounds terrible. So yeah, I pretty much refuse to use things like planet scale, things like, you know, things like Supabase. Like none of those have any use case for me. And this also kind of boils back to auth, right? Like, I don't want to do auth over the entire internet, right? Why introduce at least 100 milliseconds of latency into something you have to do for every request? It's gross. What do I use with Elixir? SQLite or Postgres? I'm using Postgres. I will say Supabase is based in open source, so they don't have the proprietary problem. I just refuse to use third-party databases that are a hop across the internet, you know? And I refuse to use third-party auth for the same reason. So, yeah, Supabase isn't quite the exact same problem. You can self-deploy. That's a good point. But at that point, why not just self-deploy a database? You know? It's just a database. And yeah, build my own auth from the ground up. I'm doing OAuth. OAuth is a very simple mechanism. But yes, I build my own auth most of the time. Magic links. Pretty damn easy. Username, password, I don't do anymore, but it's the same exact mechanism as resetting a password as doing a magic link. So yeah, username, password should be easy enough for anyone to build themselves. At that point, magic link should also be easy enough to build yourself too. And then OAuth. OAuth is so fucking easy. I refuse to pay for an OAuth provider. Yeah, I get it, Cody, for sure. And I understand if it makes sense for what you're doing, but it just doesn't make sense for any of my use cases. All right, the DB, I've got a database. Auth isn't that hard, right? After you've done it a few times. Storage. You mean like S3 storage? Why not just use S3? You know? GJ, hold on. The point Cody was just talking about was self-hosting Supabase. The moment you're self-hosting Supabase, you have to manage it the same as if you were managing a regular database. And managing a database is actually not as crazy as you think. Cursor was running all of their usage through a single beefy database instance for a long fucking time. They may have changed recently, but they scaled to where they are with basically just one super beefy database instance. Just increasing the size of your database instance is super easy. Right? That vertical scaling is dead simple. Now, the moment you want to go and do like read replicas and blah, 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 and all that shit, then yeah, for sure. Maybe you consider some other service, but still, like a trek over the internet for that? Fuck that. No, thank you. You're better off using something in a cloud like AWS's Aurora or DynamoDB or whatever, right? But that's a problem you can have when it's a nice problem to have. You don't need to scaffold that crazy architecture for a long fucking time. If we're only talking about the database level. Now, the reason I like JWTs is because they're stateless, so then you can horizontally scale as many instances of your backend as you need to. And it just works because you're just round robining between that bullshit. And if you want to do something more than a round robin load balancer, then sure, you can do that too. I guess the big thing is recognizing when it's worth the effort versus when it's not. And I think most applications that are greenfield can start out at a much more naive approach and expand when they need to, rather than building it perfectly from the start. And I think that's a problem that like a lot of people get into, and I'm victim to it as well, where you think you need to scale to a level before you even have users, right? If you do certain things, you can handle that scale very simply. Right? So a Reddit hug of death to static assets hosted on a CDN, you're never going to take that down. You don't got to worry about that scale. Right? So if you can do static assets, then just do static assets. All right, so Shaka, I do want to read this. So you don't let candidates use ChatGPT Copilot in interviews because when you tried it, lots of people could pass the screen, but then couldn't actually explain the AI-generated code. I feel like that's still part of it, right? And as long as they're being honest about it being AI-generated, well, yeah, explain what's happening here. Sure. The people who can raw dog the code in person are also good at using AI anyway. I'd push back on that. There's a lot of curmudgeons that refuse to use AI, other than like auto-completion. I'm kind of one of them, though I have used OpenCode recently, and it went really well, and I liked it. But if you design the interview assuming AI, the scope has to be so big/hard that it punishes anyone who prefers not to use AI. Still figuring it out, but that's your current stance. So I like that. I just think it's almost worth punishing the people who prefer not to use any AI, because At some point, they're going to need to figure it out. And even if it is just auto-completion AI, it's still better than raw dogging it, you know? Like, I personally think 95 and Super Maven and all the good, like, auto-completion out there, that is fine if that's all you use. I don't mind. Like, I'm okay with that. But if you're not using any of that, like, not even using IntelliSense, which is... I mean, that sounds insane to me. So I think there's, like, levels to this. Someone who is totally anti things like auto-completion... I don't think I want to work with them. I don't think I want to deal with their coding and how they do it, right? Because I'd wonder, like, oh, is that person against, like, auto-formatting? Right? What other kind of, like, shit opinions are they going to have? So I don't know. I would say I don't need someone to be an expert with using like open code, Claude code, etc. But I at least want them to be curious and not like totally antagonistic. I don't know. Yeah, just thinking out loud. And yeah, thank you, Figuera, for the sub. Appreciate you. Oh, and hold on. Did someone allow the shithead comment? Yeah, I feel like that one was fine. So yeah, you have many thoughts on it. Honestly, you care way more about requirements gathering, being proactive, not being a shithead, or painfully shy. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I've been on too many projects where I'm the only one who speaks up during planning. And that's a problem, right? Like, that's kind of a culture issue. Like, too many people are willing to just let the project manager say, we need this thing, and then the answer is, well, I guess we'll have to do it now, when instead you can push back. And I want someone who pushes back. Right? I want someone who's thinking about the problem as we're talking about it, because that's the whole point of this meeting. It could have been an email if you were just going to, like, yay say everything, you know? But that's also a confidence thing. Like, juniors typically don't speak up anyway. In tech, you get a lot of people who are not antisocial, but they're not as social as is necessary to, like, push back sometimes. I don't know. I think it's tough. I think interviewing is a hard problem on both sides. So, yeah, I don't have any good... I don't have any good answers for how to make it better. Getting juniors to speak up is a leadership thing, for sure. And I feel like I've been all right at that in the past. Like, especially, like, estimate something. Right? They come up with an estimate. Okay, did you consider this, that, and the other? Oh, you know what? I didn't. So yeah, I'm going to have to, like, bump up the estimate. Okay, cool. Right? As long as you're, like, getting everyone else to chime in on their estimates for things, that's at least a good way to start them talking. It's actually really bad if one person's doing all the estimating for everyone else. But yeah, I don't know. These are good conversations. Like, this is a fun chat. We are getting close to gaming time. Yeah, I think these are good. I don't know if we're quite ready for gaming yet, and we also got a good crowd here too, so why not keep going a bit? Yeah, you're not in a rush. Perfect. And yeah, I'm not sure who else is even going to be joining us, Robotic Ed. And then, yeah, hold on, Four Wheel. Let me read what you wrote. You start them one-on-one, and then move them into a group. Within 6 months, they are talking pretty good, even if they're wrong. Yeah. And if they're wrong, at least they're learning, yeah. Which is better than silence, for sure. What are we playing? Well, I mean, there's this new game called... Star Rupture? Yeah, Star Rupture. It looks to be like kind of like a Factorio Satisfactory kind of thing, but also more like Ark or Pal World. So like you kind of spawn in, you do like resource gathering, you start building stuff. To me, it seems most like an Ark competitor. But yeah, could be fun. So there's that as an option. There's also Pal World if people want to play Pal World and they got it. Star Rupture's on their like co-op playtest today, so you can opt in and get it going. Super easy. And it was pointed out to us by Nightshade Dude, so he may join us. It depends. Like, time zones are always a little tricky. And then if it really is just me and Robotic Ed, we could always play Divinity, Original Sin as well. Like, we got options. But yeah, I think we can get up to 4 people in Star Rupture. So if anyone wants to join us, we can get it going. And if we get more than 4 people and you have Pal World, I can do the thing so I can get more than 4 people into Pal World. Yeah, exactly, Java Grunt. I think it's like an Arc competitor. Like, to me, it seems most like an Arc competitor. But you don't start from, like, total scratch, as far as I understand it. Like, I think you at least still get, like, your laser gun to, like, gather resources instead of having to, like, build a pickaxe, you know? But I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. But they are on their free play, like, you know, playtest weekend, and they're planning on launching in about a month. All right, so yeah, as far as this goes, keyword lens results is the thing that we're in right now. So there's going to be an index to fetch these. So yeah, getting the list is a thing. We're going to have a create, but I don't think we're going to need a show. Final thought, you hope to keep hiring juniors. You find it pretty disturbing. The discourse seems to be that it's unnecessary now. Yeah, like, because how do you get seniors? How do you get mid-level engineers? Like, that whole pipeline is going to dry up, right? Right? It's like a sales pipeline. How do you make sales if you don't even have any, like, outreach, you know? How do you grow a lead if you don't have leads to begin with? You gotta have something that you can grow and create that next set of like mid-level and senior engineers. So yeah, I think it's really short-sighted. I think the big thing is that companies are expecting, yeah, seniors don't last forever. I think companies are expecting other people to grow juniors instead, right? And I just think that is also like really short-sighted. But I mean, look at Netflix. They don't hire junior engineers. They never have. So certain companies can get away with it. All they got to do is pay mid-level and senior engineers way more than any other company can afford. And then they can just poach what they need. But someone else still has to put in the effort to grow talent, which I find interesting. Exactly, 4-wheel. Yep. Yeah, companies are doing that. Never had a software engineer job. He dunked on every other candidate. Yeah. Some of the people getting into it later, especially for junior roles, number one, they're just more mature, right? They're not fresh out of high school. They know who they are as a person, and it gives them a little more like confidence in what they can and can't do. Yeah, like I'm a big fan of like late career like career changers, you know? Now, I have a bias because I'm one of them, but I think there's something to be said there. But yeah, that is an interesting thing to recognize, right? Like people who've been devs forever, right? And it's the only jobs they've ever had, really? They really lack perspective. And I think a lot of them end up being the people who are like, I just want to quit dev and become a farmer. Yeah, you know who doesn't say that? People who've actually done farming. You know? So yeah, like I've never heard a late career software engineer glorify and like, just fantasize about going into farming. I've never heard that. I've only ever heard it from people who've only ever been in tech. And I find that very funny. Right? Give me people who've been a dishwasher before. Give me people who've waited tables before. They're going to have better conversations. They're going to be more interesting people most of the time anyway. And then Java Grunt. Is it okay if we look at that article here on stream? Okay. Yeah. Could you paste it here? Otherwise, I gotta like paste it around. So yeah, let's take a look. And then hold on. Yeah, he told you it's so nice to just sit in front of a computer all day and not be underneath a car. Yeah. I took some like mechanic classes or a mechanic class in high school, like for my entire senior year. And it's good because I can diagnose what's wrong with the car at least in a fairly easy way. Like, are you getting spark? Are you getting fuel? Then it's got to be air. With modern cars, though, it could be some computer bullshit. But at least for a standard combustion engine, debugging it is pretty straightforward. And I really enjoy the fact that I learned that, even if I don't want to work on cars anymore, because I fucking hate working on cars. I am familiar enough that I can change spark plugs, wires, like, basic maintenance. I'd rather pay someone else to do it, but if I get stranded on the road, I have at least more of an ability to get myself back moving again. And I really like that. All right, so offstage advocacy. Moving the nettle. Nice AI image you got here. Behind the sheens. All right, so the essential role of offstage advocacy in developer relations, right? So the developer advocate title is notoriously inconsistent. Sure. Before you took the role, you interviewed dozens of people in the developer advocate space. What does it mean? How do you do it well? What does good look like? Where does it report? Engineering, marketing, sales. Yeah, I've only ever been so this is my first time as a DevRel, and I'm under the product marketing department. I would be really curious what DevRel under engineering actually looks like, because that could be cool. So every manager had a different way to measure success. Those interviews left you with even more questions. They also taught you one very important thing. There's more to it than just conferences and content. Depending on the company. At GitKraken, when they hired me, all they wanted was content. Now, I think I've grown and added more to it than what they were originally thinking, which is cool. But okay, yeah, gotta move the needle. How do we do that when we aren't on stage? So then offstage advocacy. Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, I like where you're going with this. So, what most of your audience doesn't realize is that most developer advocates are on a very tight budget. Yeah, GitKraken will not pay to sponsor a conference. It's just not in the budget. But if I can get a talk accepted, they'll pay for the flight and the hotel, because that's usually like an order of magnitude less. So 50% of applications getting rejected, 90% of your accepted talks not getting budget. That's crazy to me. So I've never had to fight for budget for getting accepted to talks. That's interesting to me. Like, if you're out there talking about your company's thing, why wouldn't they pay for that? It's so much cheaper than an ad. So yeah, advocating for customers by taking feedback directly to product teams. Yeah. Yep, I do that. So weekly office hours. I'm curious, Java Grunt, when you're doing this, is it like through a Zoom call? Because I actually think office hours would benefit from being something that's like live streamed. Zoom and Teams? Okay. You do a public live stream? Okay, cool. Yep, totally optional. Be prepared for no one to show up. Yeah, that's streaming in general. Sure. I get it. So yeah, there's like two different kinds of office hours. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Champions, yep, that's a big thing for sure. Yeah. So if you want any feedback, one thing I would get at is maybe like, yeah, you've got this like additional notes, but I think a good just like wrapping up slash summary would be nice. Now it's like standard like book report style writing, but I think most blog posts benefit from the book report style, like intro, content, outro kind of stuff. So maybe that's what this section is, but additional notes doesn't strike me as like a title for that. Like I'd call it like wrapping up. But again, yeah, naming things is hard. So yeah, yeah, my only feedback is yeah, I just think the title of this section could be better. But take it or leave it. You don't have to change anything. That's just the one thought I had. Yeah, the rest yeah, it flows. Another thing you might do is because like champions and some of the other stuff is a little separate, you may end up doing just some like kind of table of content style paragraph. Right? So maybe after this like opening section, you just have like the chunks and then you can like link people to those chunks, but at least gives like a summary of like what you're going to discuss. Again, you don't have to. It's just a thought I had. And I don't know if this part needs like the offstage pattern, right? Like technically it's all offstage, right? So maybe one thing to think about is like, which of these things are techniques and which are separate, right? So it seems to me like office hours and champions are techniques, right? So maybe they should be grouped better. Yeah, so here's what I might do. I might move creating champions up into here, right? So the offstage pattern, maybe you do or don't have a paragraph just saying like, actionable techniques or blah blah blah, right? Like things that you can copy, as like a gist. And then yeah, you've got the weekly office hours, you've got creating champions. But then, right? Like scaling impact is almost like after both of those, and it's more about, well, yeah, like how do those techniques benefit you? How can you track it? And what are things you can do after you've done these other things? So it's almost like maybe like the order of these could change a little. But again, I would say only change stuff that you agree with, and if not, it doesn't impact me whatsoever. But yeah, like because it's really only two techniques, I don't know if you need like a linkable like list of them because they kind of like flow after each other. I just think instead like the whole scaling impact in the middle of these two did seem a little out of order. But yeah, I don't know. Good article. I like it. I've seen Rizel Scarlet do a similar post. I think maybe it was just like a Twitter post or something. Wait, why can't I search? There we go. She does post quite a bit, so it might be tricky to find. I don't know. It was a good post. I'm trying to find it. Jeez, she posts so much. Because I feel like, yeah, it was maybe like a week or two ago. Yeah, I'm about to give up. I don't know. But yeah, if you are interested in just DevRel stuff, make sure you follow Rezel. She's really good. All right. Yeah, I give up. Ah. Yeah, I give up. Whatever. It was basically a post about like it being fun to be in the spotlight, but you got to balance that with things that actually benefit your company. Maybe that's a way to find it. Ah, okay. So maybe I saw it on Twitter. I think she posted it to both. But yeah, like there's always a new opportunity to collaborate, speak, or be in the spotlight. But eventually you realize your company hired you to drive impact, not just visibility. The balance is figuring out how to do both without letting one take away from the other. And then, yeah, it was a good conversation. I think on like all the platforms that she posted it on. Like there were good comments coming from everywhere. But okay, so updating a keyword lens. Yeah, no, it's JavaScript. I don't think updating makes any sense. Being able to delete one, I don't think makes any sense. But we will need to be able to create them and then fetch them. But yeah, this might actually be a good place to call it for the day. All right, we're at 6:40. Kind of want to get into some gaming. I've also got this steak cooking. It's in the sous vide right now. I just need to like pull it out of the sous vide, dry it, throw it in some butter to sear it, and then eat some like lettuce greens with it. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? So yeah, I'll eat that over on gaming stream. Who do we go raid? And let me leave like a leaving off. All right, so we're close to WebLLM time. But yeah, so I'll be over on my gaming channel, right? That is Griffing and Chill. Sorry, gaming. There we go. And Brainless finally just took the entire freaking day, but you got the macro to work. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. But yeah, so I'll be over on the gaming channel here in a little bit, right after we raid someone. Let's figure out who we go raid. There's Last Miles, surviving Risk V. We haven't rated him in a long time. We see ODAT Nerd. Let's double check in the category. Like maybe there's someone I don't follow yet. This dude's name is Crystal Mess. That's fun. I definitely prefer to raid someone that has a camera. Let's go raid ODAT Nerd. Yeah, he's making an Obsidian plugin, which is super cool. I haven't even tried. So yeah, your macro handles the creation of pattern matching functions, functions with certain params, being regex starts with, etc. Okay. Sounds kind of fun. All right, so yeah, we're going to go raid ODAT Nerd. I'm going to be over on Gaming Channel. I'll probably put on some show while I cook my steak over on the Gaming Channel. And depending on how many people we have joining, we'll decide what game we play. So yeah, should be fun. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a really good productive day today. I didn't get too saucy on the whiskey. Not yet, at least. And, yeah, thank you for the follow, Salty. I just saw that. And yes, I'll be back here on this stream on Monday. Tomorrow, I'll be on the Gaming Channel doing some co-working. I've got some video editing to do. I've got to edit an episode of Software as a Team Sport, as well as I need to do some stuff for Cascadia. I need to finish up those lightning talks. So, I should be able to hammer out a bunch of that pretty quickly, and then tomorrow might just be like full-on gaming day. We'll see. Depends on when I start. You know, might try and hit up the driving range in the morning. We'll see. But let's go say hi to ODAT Nerd. I'm going to bid farewell to the YouTube channel. Later, YouTube. See you guys soon. See y'all.